Blessings I've received in these 12 years. This conference.
Thank you very much once again for taking the time to attend this webinar briefing session on the Township Energy Fund. My name is Dumisani Mede. I'm Senior Account Manager, Township Economy, located in the Township, in the Partnership Unit programs. I'm going to take you through a presentation. We have before us an agenda. First will be the background to the IGC, just to put things into perspective in terms of why we issued this call. Then we're going to go through why the collaboration route that we've decided to adopt for this call, and then a high-level summary of the call and how it's going to, the model that we're adopting. Then I'm going to take you through the eligibility criteria, as well as the competitive features, grant terms, documentation required, application and evaluation process. And then you'll get a chance to, we'll have hopefully at the end of the
guys,
questions and answers.
The line is quite bad.
I do want to encourage you to put your questions on the chat so that my colleagues can, as we present, be able to answer and address some of those questions, so that we don't have a lot of questions at the end of the presentation. Right, just to put things into perspective, the IGC's primary mandate is obviously development of industrial capacity, which involves facilitating sustainable direct and indirect employment. This also involves promoting entrepreneurial development and growing the SME sector. We also support the transformational impact of communities and development of Black industrialists, particularly women and youth. Our initiatives also involve growing sector diversity and increased localized production, so that we increase the absorption of people into employment opportunities. We're also involved in improving regional equity, including the development of South African rural areas, underdeveloped provinces, and economic development in the rest of Africa. With this, we also promote environmentally sustainable growth. In terms of this call, we are adopting a collaborative approach, which is going to involve working with partners to bring about the transformation and growth of an inclusive economy. We want to invite partners and select partners that are going to be help us extend the reach of the IDC to where funding is needed with the requisite diligence and speed.
Wait a minute, I see people can't hear. Stan, can you just check first? I say the sound clear, that's your mic on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me just start again.
Okay, continue, thank you.
Should I continue or
Yeah.
start from? So as I was saying, that we are hoping to select partners that are going to be able to help the IDC extend its reach to where funding is needed with the requisite diligence and speed. In this regard, we are therefore availing 200 million rand via SIPS to assist townships, small town and rural businesses to weather the impact of the energy crisis that is engulfing the country as a whole. These partners must have the ability to implement the program and work with energy solution installers to ensure that the energy requirements of the beneficiaries are assessed correctly and appropriate solutions procured and installed. Grants will be utilized for capital equipment. There will be some limited operational expenses use, technical support and training to end beneficiaries where required. IDC will also consider grants for innovative aggregation solutions. In terms of the call, it is an open call to solicit interest. The funding will be in the form of a grants to be extended to the SIPs, who in turn will then distribute funding to eligible businesses in the areas that I've mentioned, in townships, the rural areas, and marginalized provinces. The request from our side is that we receive applications from SIPs to present proposals that reflect their ability to successfully support end beneficiaries. Some of the key eligibility criteria is outlined in this slide. We want to receive applications from South African-owned, registered, located SIPs that are appropriately licensed to operate. The second one is SIPs must have been in existence for at least 3 years, must be able to demonstrate that they have a bank account as well as a valid tax clearance certificate. They must have a BBBE level 4 certificate. Where it's an NPO, it must be an NPO with adequate transformation at board level as well as at management. Adequate governance structures must be in place. The maximum grant per SIP is 10 million, and per end beneficiary it will be at a value of 250,000. And beneficiaries must be small and micro businesses directly affected by the energy crisis shortage. They must also demonstrate capacity to deliver and manage programs, including disbursement of funds and the reporting of outcomes. There must be demonstrable ability and track record to attract and onboard relevant end beneficiaries. And in this regard, it links to the next criteria where we are saying at the time of submission of your application, must be available pipeline, potential applications ready to take up at least 50% amount requested by the SIP. Appropriate partnership arrangements with local or community-based installers, as well as maintenance providers with the necessary skills and experience. And this must be demonstrable as part of your proposal. The SIP must have the ability to provide training and installation support from solutions providers. We also require that applications come with audited financial statements, not all of them. In terms of the competitive features. We are obviously going to anticipate that we are going to receive quite a lot of applications, and the amount available is only 200 million rand. And so we're going to have to find a way to choose the best applications in this regard, following competitive feature. Applications, some level of co-funding will be looked upon favorably. Tips that have that promote transformation, that have Black and or women at management level will also compete favorably. We're also looking at experience in the energy sector, where SIP is involved in the assessment and provision of alternative energy solutions. So looking at impact as one of the competitive features, whether in terms of looking at the value and number of grants towards women and youth, or money allocated to priority provinces and potential number of jobs to be created or saved. The last competitive feature is non-financial support, where we're looking at the extent of business support that the SIP will be able to offer to end beneficiaries. In terms of IDC grant terms, as I've said, the money is going to be allocated in the form of a grant. Some of the terms associated with this are the following. So the assets purchased with the grant must be owned by the relevant end beneficiary. And that is to say, the business, that is a small business or micro business, that is the end beneficiary. IDCs will have a right to monitor the assets acquired with the grant for up to 1 year, after which we can commission audit or reviews of the portfolio that we would have created through the fund. This we will either do ourselves or through the appointment of relevant service providers. We also want to promote that SIPs must be socially and environmentally responsible with established ESG policies. We'll also reserve the right to participate at governance level in terms of allocation of funds, where decisions are being made to allocate funds as it relates to the IDC grant provided. SIPs will be allowed a maximum of 15% of the grant amount. SIPs will also report to the IDC on a monthly basis in terms of the utilization of money. Audits at the discretion of the IDC by an external audit firm based on agreed procedures to confirm application of funds can also be commissioned. In terms of the document list associated with putting in an application, the first one is obviously completing an application form, and I want to stress that the application must be completed in full. The second one I've already spoken about in terms of pipeline of qualifying beneficiaries. Remember earlier on, I did mention that we would expect that 50% of the money would be taken up by the businesses that would be part of your pipeline. We'd also require a profile of team members that are going to be involved with the implementation of your initiative. CVs of key staff members or team members will also be required. There will be a credit check consent form associated with this, which we would expect you to sign so that we can perform the necessary checks. The POPIA consent form is also part of the documents that must accompany the application. The organogram of the applying entity in terms of all the shareholders up to the ultimate beneficiaries. We would want to see a description by way of an organogram detailing how the flow of management as well as funding will be, will be undertaken. ID numbers of shareholders, if they are shareholders, if the shareholders are in the form of legal entities, we would also require the necessary documentation. Where trusts are involved, then we do need to submit copies of the applicable trust deeds, letters of authority, a letter from Master of the High Court. We would also require a board resolution or letter of authority indicating the persons who will be acting on behalf of the client in dealing with the IDC. A current tax clearance certificate or PIN is also one of the documents that must accompany the submission of the application form. The latest BBBE certificate, relevant current valid regulatory license certificates were applicable. And as I mentioned earlier on, recent audited financial statements not older than 6 months. In terms of the application and evaluation process, once you've completed your application, the following process will then ensue. Application forms and annexures can be accessed at address that you see on the screen. Must be submitted via an email to the following address, which is energysips@idc.co.za. All the applications submitted via the aforementioned the address mentioned above will be accepted. So we will not entertain any applications that would be dropped off in the office or given to any official. We will only look at applications that have been submitted via the address that I've mentioned. No late or incomplete applications will be accepted. The closing date by which you must have submitted your application is the 11th of November, 2023 at 5 p.m. Once we've received your application, phase 1 of the process will be shortlisting. This really involves an administrative compliance and basic assessment, as well as limited FICA checks. Only complete, I want to stress again, only complete applications will be assessed. And once we've established that shortlist, we will then move to phase 2 of the process, which is really the due diligence, where the IDC will undertake assessments on the shortlisted proposals. And at this stage, additional information may be requested from yourselves. Phase 3, once the due diligence process is complete, this will involve a submission of proposals to an IDC evaluation committee, who will then make the final decision on awarding of the grants. The decision of the IDC committee in this regard will be final. I think at this point, we'll give you a chance to pose any questions that you might have.
There is a question here. Kindly elaborate on the end beneficiaries. What kind of beneficiaries will qualify? Is it only businesses or communities as well? The end beneficiaries is intended to be small businesses located in either townships, rural areas, or in provinces that are considered to be underdeveloped. The next question is, will the SIP be recruiting the beneficiaries?
Yes, the SIP will be expected to recruit the beneficiaries. As I mentioned earlier on, part of the documents that you must submit with the
with the application form is a pipeline of intended beneficiaries, and 50% of which should be able to take up the facility soon after award.
And does the beneficiary need to own or have a long-term lease on the property?
No, the answer to that one is no.
When do we expect to finalize the process and disbursement of the grant funding? We should probably start disbursing in around January, I would think. Do they need to be registered SMMEs?
Preferably, but not a qualifying criteria. Obviously, the SIP will be in a much better position to assess the kind of end beneficiaries that would qualify.
Municipality must be at least in terms of the registration of the businesses, I think what we would really require is some sort of acknowledgement by the municipality that the business is legal or illegally there.
Can we collaborate with big business for us to qualify? Yeah.
Yes. What we're looking for here is partners. Where possible, we would like to have the SIPs working with local installers. When we say local installers, installers from that areas that will be receiving the support, and as far as possible, youth, women, Black installers that would be most relevant to the program.
What is the period or duration of the program? So we said the applications close on the 11th of November, and then it's the process of assessing, and then we'll start dispersing. So there's no end date to the disbursements, but as long as the money lasts.
By the end of March.
Yeah, we want to distribute the grants by the end of March. Please elaborate on what is meant by relevant licensing. Is that related to the energy sector? Not necessarily. We just want to make sure that businesses operate legally. So if they need to have some sort of license in place, they must have that in place. So that would go for both the SIP, the end beneficiary, and the service provider. Let's just finish the chat first. Can you clarify? Sorry, the people with their hands up, we've disabled use of microphone on your side. So please post your questions on the chat if you don't mind. Can you clarify the requirement to submit pipeline of beneficiaries?
I think what we're looking for there is some level of a pipeline. In other words, a number of people, organizations or businesses that are already identified for support.
Is the fund split into geographic regions, e.g. 10% Tshwane, 30% Sedibeng, 30% City of Joburg? Was it purely based on application quality? It is based on quality, but we would like to see equitable distribution. So that would be taken into account in the awarding of the grants, that it's not all Joburg. We have a preference for the poorer provinces in the country. Do you want a specific technology? No. Any technology, any alternative energy, it can be a generator, it can be solar, it can be a gas burner for that matter.
That they can then use as marketing equity.
Does it only apply for established businesses or including startups?
And they need to be established.
Established businesses.
The SIP needs to be, not the
And
end beneficiary.
The end beneficiary needs to at least be operating and affected by the energy crisis.
Yes. Co-funding, what do you mean? 50-50 cost sharing or less?
Cash or kind, so this is a additional or looking at additionality. So that if we can leverage the funding that we have provided with other funding, it would be certainly be an advantage. Or if they, as mentioned in the presentation, other forms of support provided as well.
If the credit check comes back negative, are you then excluded from the fund? Yeah. As a government institution that's subject to the PFMA, we cannot provide grants to people who are not creditworthy. Are you looking for innovation in energy solution or just installers?
Yeah, we are looking at installers through the SIPs, but we would welcome innovative solutions such as mini grids and other possible innovations that will complement the program.
I think you've answered the next one, Stuart. Does the tender scope allow for innovative proposals from a green energy perspective? Absolutely. As long as it's proven and we know it works. Are the BBBE requirements for the lead applicant as well as potential partners within a consortium? What about BB broad-based empowerment in relation to service providers? Sure.
We would prefer that.
Yeah, I mean, we would look at BE all for the entire application, but I mean, as long as the lead applicant is compliant, we would certainly consider. But I mean, if it comes to a competitive situation, obviously we would give the applicant with the best BE credentials the benefit.
And added to that is that we do believe that some SIPs will be not necessarily have the BE credentials, but there we are, as mentioned in the presentation, we will look at some at transformation at the board level and at this management level.
Okay, there's a lot of questions about sharing the presentation. I'm going to share it on the chat as soon as somebody shows me how to do that.
Or you load it onto the website.
But we'll definitely load it on the website as well. Audited financial statements will be a challenge for SMMEs. Can annual financial statements be accepted even if they are not audited? For the SIP, we're going to require audited financials.
Yes.
The end beneficiary doesn't necessarily have to have audited financials. Do we need to have an establishment? Not sure that I understand the question.
I don't.
Can you maybe just elaborate on that question, please? Can NPCs, business chambers, NAVCOC cooperatives apply SIPs, and lastly, CPAs, community property associations?
Yes.
Yeah, as SIPs definitely. CPA as a beneficiary? No.
No.
Unless they are going to be conglomerating and providing power to
businesses
in the area.
Once businesses are identified, will they be identified via the energy crisis or a design report will be issued?
Don't get that.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but I mean, one of the qualifying criteria for an beneficiary is that they have to be affected by the energy shortage. So we're going to expect the SIP to evaluate that, and obviously from our side we will check it from our side.
Unknowns.
Yeah, we discussed that. Does this program only cater for businesses 3 years and older?
The SIP needs to be 3 years.
Yeah, so the SIP must have been in existence for 3 years, not necessarily the end beneficiary. Is it strictly rooftop installations? I think we've covered that. Any alternative energy solution that relieves the.
If we look at certain types of energy solutions will support different types of businesses. This could range anywhere from gas installations, gas bottles for the micro businesses, to generator for certain businesses, and solar, and anything in between. It needs to be appropriate to the business, and it needs to have at least been assessed for the best possible solution for that business.
Okay, there's another question on the certification requirements for the business. We said whatever is relevant to that business, we just want to make sure that everybody operates legally. How can potential beneficiaries position themselves for the opportunity, or will it depend on the SIP focus area?
The issue is that we're going to be selecting SIPs that have got networks, solid pipeline with a good distribution, equitable distribution throughout the country and reach. So yes, it will depend on the SIP, but we will direct our funding towards those SIPs with the best reach and the best distribution to reach as many end beneficiaries as possible.
Will we be able to publish a list of the SIPs and the areas that they operate in?
Once we have approved it, once we finalized and appointed and gotten approval from our funding committees, and we've signed legal agreements and all CPs have been cleared, we will be uploading profiles of SIPs on our website.
What is the intended impact of the program? What does success look like?
Yeah, we're looking at businesses that are able to operate more effectively. Let us take a Spaza as an example. Sometimes the energy crisis has resulted in fridges not working, etc. Yeah, we would like to believe that the success will be a more efficient and more effective opportunity for that business to operate, to be profitable.
Then there's a question on what the 250,000 rand for end beneficiaries is for. I think we've clarified that it's capital equipment, training, installation.
And 250,000 is a maximum for the solution. We do not believe that most businesses will require so much, but we have it set as a maximum with the proper motivations that would be required. I think if we're talking about general dealers and so on, you probably require, and wholesalers, you probably, bigger businesses, you probably require more funding.
What if we cannot get installers in a certain area? Sure, I cannot. It's such a growth area in this country. I cannot imagine there not being installers in areas, but.
Well, then we would expect the SIP to identify installers that from elsewhere, but the proper motivation, and still the same requirements would be looked at favorably, such as the employment of youth, women, Black people, particularly from the area that the installation is made in.
Must our submission include or exclude VAT? Disbursement may attract VAT and tax implications. Sonia, maybe you can help there. I would imagine if you're VAT registered, excluding VAT; if you're not VAT registered, including VAT.
Yeah, so we won't be covering the VAT portion.
Yeah.
For any of them. So your application must be excluding VAT so that we can just pay for the net cost.
Is this a loan or a grant? It's a grant. Trying to clarify the pipeline requirements. Would they need to provide a letter of intent or just a list of beneficiaries?
List of potential beneficiaries.
Yeah, so that is what will happen is we will at eligibility stage, we will verify that you have got a list of beneficiaries that looks reasonable. And should you then move through to due diligence stage, during the due diligence, the team will actually interrogate that pipeline. They will take a sample from your pipeline, either go and visit the site of the beneficiary that you've listed, and or telephone call, etc. So yes, initially you will be taken, the pipeline will be taken on its face value, but once we move into due diligence stage, that will be verified.
There's another, we've covered the next one. It's a grant, and the maximum amount of the fund, we said that the total fund's 200 million rand. The maximum per SIP is 10 million, and the maximum per end beneficiary is 250,000 rand. What do you mean by affected by the energy crisis exactly? Is it enabling energy access where there is no grid connection, or mitigating load shedding for businesses in the underserved areas? It's mainly aimed at mitigating load shedding for businesses in the underserved areas. But I'm sure we can look at if it's an existing business where there's no grid access.
Yes.
It's something we can consider.
It's really all about impact.
Yeah.
Yes, our preference is to have businesses that are affected by load shedding, but if there's a business that hasn't got access and the impact of us providing that grant is substantial, then we will consider it.
There's a question on the startup businesses again. It has to be existing businesses affected by the energy crisis, the underlying end beneficiaries, and the SIPs have to have been operational for at least 3 years. Could a municipal entity apply, or are public sector entities not eligible?
No, we specifically say non-state actors.
I'm going to skip the ones that have been answered. Can a SIP do more than one province?
Yes.
Yep. The wider your reach, the better. Do you have any database of existing SIPs, or is this a new program?
IDC has operated using SIPs for a number of its programs, from the unrest through to the flood damages and through the social employment fund. So we do have a list of SIPs that do operate, and we have obviously found them to be a useful partner in these efforts. We will not necessarily make available the existing SIPs that we work through available to everyone. However, yeah, they certainly are SIPs throughout the country that we have worked with.
Will SMME hubs that house SMEs be eligible? Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. This is the aggregation model that we talked about, particularly for many grid solutions and so on. The more we can reach and the businesses we can reach, the better.
What are the requirements for technical assessments? Seems the focus is on financial requirements.
So the expectation is that the SIP will engage, either they would have the technical capacity themselves, or they will partner or engage with a technical partner that would be the installer. So we would expect that the installer is either the SIP or they will engage with an installer with the relevant qualifications. So when they submit the applications, the relevant partner that is going to be doing the technical assessments and the installation must submit their track record and their certification, whatever is necessary.
In terms of the SIPs, we will also look at their capability and capacity to manage such a program and manage the partner installers and so on. So that would be I assume that would also fall under the technical assessment that we will do on the SIP itself.
Okay, and then there's more, I think just another, we will share this presentation on the website. All the details are there. There's an email address there, energysips@idc.co.za, that can be used for further inquiries. But the application forms is on the website. The details of the terms of reference, everything is on that website. It's on the IDC website. You'll see there's a section on energy solutions, and you just click on the Township Energy Fund. Are the beneficiaries local SMME suppliers and installers, not end users? End user defined as person, family receiving the alternative energy. I think the important thing here is that the beneficiaries are businesses. So any township, small town or rural business affected by the energy crisis, and they, from perspective of this scheme, are the end beneficiaries and the beneficiaries of the scheme. So not individuals, businesses. Is the fund available for people in the alcohol business?
Yes, we will consider the alcohol business. In other words, taverns. Yeah, we have in the past partnered with those businesses that supply taverns, and we do believe that taverns are an essential part of the township economy.
Will the grants be disbursed in phases or in full? That depends on, it will be in tranches, depending on the application and what the pipeline looks like. Will the grant support me as I'm opening a petrol station? It has to be an existing business, we said, not for any new businesses, but you will have to work through a SIP in any case. We're not going to engage with end beneficiaries directly. We just don't have the capacity to do that. Does it matter which sector the actual SMEs operate in? No, as long as it's legal businesses. Yes, we will share the recording as well on the website. Do we have to bring in trained installers, or would the training cost be covered by the grant? Yeah, we prefer trained installers. The training is mainly aimed at the end beneficiaries. Not mainly, it's aimed at the end beneficiaries.
However, if there is a trained installer that is going to train up on the job, we may consider that to grow the skills base of the in the area.
Okay, then there's a bit of technical backfeeding into the grid. I mean, we're looking at very basic alternative energy solutions at this stage. What if the SIP has no board and only a management team? Or are you referring to the company's directors in the CIPC registration?
We would prefer that when we give money to a whatever type of company it is, whether it's a trust, an NPO, or a private company, that it must have the requisite governance procedures in place. And where there's a board of trustees, it must be regular meetings, independent trustees as well as executive trustees, And the same with companies or CCs. We want a board of directors or a management that has got independent trustees and or directors with oversight over the grant program or the implementation of that grant program.
Did you say that only applicants with clean credit profiles will be eligible for the grant? Not necessarily the end beneficiary, but the SIPs will have to have a clean credit profile, but the end beneficiary not necessarily. I think we've just answered that next question. Is the program only for Gauteng people? One story initially funded by NYDA as a startup and now CIFA. I'm struggling to keep up with payment due to load shedding. The program is definitely not only for Gauteng. We want to see it used countrywide. You sound like an ideal candidate as an end beneficiary, but you're going to have to work through one of the SIPs that we appoint. We've answered the credit bureau question. Will the BEE status of beneficiaries be taken into account if the SIP is not BEE compliant? We would like to see SIPs that have the BEE credentials.
Yeah, we won't appoint a SIP that doesn't have the minimum BEE credentials. At the end of the end beneficiary needs to be a township operating business, so whatever that may be.
Okay, another question on VAT. We said we will exclude, we will not fund the VAT portion of the solutions. Does the business need to have an office/site? I would imagine if they're affected by the energy crisis, they would have to be operating from somewhere.
Is the question about SIPs or is the question about the end beneficiary? If it's the end beneficiary, definitely it would be site driven. You can't be affected if you don't actually have a place that you're operating from. And with regards to the SIP, it could be a virtual SIP, but they would need to prove that they have capacity, whether virtual or in a physical location, to reach the end beneficiaries.
There'll be training for installers. We said no. Is 3 years a deal breaker?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 years experience as a SIP. Okay, we've covered the blacklisted people. We said if the business, the end beneficiary is blacklisted, that's not necessarily a deal breaker, but the SIP can't be blacklisted. There's a lot of questions on that. Would you consider funding special economic zones? No.
As IDC has other programs that might be able to benefit SEZ.
Must the SIPs be accredited with any accreditation body?
They need to be registered in the relevant form.
Whatever relevant.
Whatever the nature of the entity.
Either way, I mean, obviously they would need to be CIPC registered. It's an absolute must. It must be a formal business, or if it's a trust, the trust deed must be in place and have been lodged with the trust deeds office. If it's a CC, it also has to have been registered with CIPC. So all of those documentation, and if it's an NPO, also same, it would have to have CIPC registration and documentation. We can't engage with a company that is not formally trading, and also have the relevant SARS and UIF compliance certificates.
Okay, who applies for the grant, and I think that's a very important, just to re-emphasize, the applications to IDC have to come from the SIPs, and then the end beneficiaries. The SIPs will deal with end beneficiaries. We're not going to entertain any applications directly from end beneficiaries. We just don't have the capacity and the reach. Is the second webinar still scheduled? Yes, for Monday, same time. Do you funding business? It is startup, but do exist in more than a year?
If it's been in existence for more than a year, yes.
Yeah, if it's an existing business, even if it was a startup a year ago, it's an existing business now. Then the scheme will look at it.
No.
Is it for the end beneficiary?
Yeah,
Oh,
end
no, that's fine, yeah.
How will this apply to the Section 12B? Are we allowed to claim for Section 12B funded by this?
Section 12B is a personal income tax classification, isn't it?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if you are installing, when you are installing solutions, green energy solutions, you get a certain level of tax deduction, and I think it's only in the case of a private individual, but there probably is some for companies. However, because you are getting this as a free grant, you cannot deduct it as well for your tax purposes, because it will be double dipping. If you do want to deduct it, let's say you pay 50,000 Rand and you get a 30,000 Rand grant, you can claim the 50,000, but you must show the 30,000 grant as income in your income tax return.
As a service provider, may I be involved in more than one municipality? Absolutely. Should SIPs be registered as FSPs? No, not necessarily,
No.
unless you are an FSP.
These are FSP registered is only where you are providing loans. We are asking you to facilitate grants. In this case, you don't need to be FSP registered.
But if you are normally in the business of providing credit, then you have to have the normal registrations. Do you need financials for the businesses, considering most of them are not registered? Not for the end beneficiaries, but we do for the SIPs. Please define SIP, and can intermediaries or BDS providers running programs in townships be considered?
A SIP is basically an intermediary. It is an organization that is able to do this work on behalf of the IDC. Funding will be passed to the SIP, in other words, the intermediary for on lending and granting to the beneficiaries.
No.
The SIPs that are 3 years know nothing about the township issues because they are not township/rural based. I'm not sure I understand that statement.
Barney, maybe take that one.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
The SIPs that are 3 years know nothing about the township issues because they are not township or rural based. There must be a way to incorporate the township based companies and the well established companies if the funding is about opening up the solar industry economically.
Yeah, as long as they have a demonstrable record in those areas, there's no reason why we can consider such a SIP.
No, I mean, we're specifically looking for people that operate in the township. So I'm not sure how that 3 years requirement impacts on that. Somebody is training youth from rural areas doing program of solar energy installation. What are the requirements that are needed for this funding? I would imagine the best way for somebody like that is to partner with a SIP and see how they can roll out some of the grants to end beneficiaries. As a newly established business, less than a year, but have little info about solar power and inverter, do I qualify? If you're an existing business, even if it's relatively new, but you would have to work through a SIP. Given 20 million rand per SIP, will 20 SIPs be appointed? Yeah, whatever's needed to, I mean, if we approve grants of less than 10 million, then there will be more than 20 SIPs. So whatever's needed to distribute the full 200 million. There is a grant. There's installers advertising their services. If there are no installers in the area, can the SIP do the installations or create an installation division?
Yes.
Yeah. As long as they know what they're doing. I think there's another advertisement of services.
Mhm.
And there's a question of whether the submission deadline, whether it can be extended. It's about a month from now, so I reckon that should be enough time to get bids in. We're currently not considering extending it with our timelines. Is there any maximum number of beneficiaries per SIP?
The more the better.
The more the better, yeah.
But I mean, it depends on what the solution is at the end of the day. What does a gas bottle cost? Could be a gas bottle. Could be the cost to the end beneficiary could be as small as the cost of a gas bottle versus a generator. So it really depends on the actual need assessment. So the SIP would need to do a proper needs assessment, either themselves or through the technical partner.
You have a limited number of SIPs that are you looking to fund? I think we've answered that. Whatever it takes to roll out the 200 million. Okay, hi team, are you looking for installers or solar energy solution service providers? Like we are based in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, what level are these beneficiaries? Are we responsible to recruit these beneficiaries, or perhaps there is data from IDC? What is the maximum beneficiaries to join the program? What is the minimum maximum fund to the beneficiary? I think we've covered all of that.
Do you want to maybe just summarize that again?
Yeah, maybe just to repeat. Potentially a SIP, I mean, the maximum amount to a SIP is 10 million rand. To the end beneficiary is 250,000. And potentially each SIP, if all of the end beneficiaries were to take up the 250,000, you are potentially looking at 34 beneficiaries each. And if it's 20 SIPs, you are looking at 680 end beneficiaries. But obviously, it's not going to be as fine as that. Some may apply for less money and so on.
And the end, I think that covers the next question as well. The end beneficiaries won't all, well, hopefully very few of them will take up 250,000 rand a pop. So, but there will likely be more end beneficiaries than that little calculation there shows. It was just on that previous question. Oh yeah, the SIP doesn't necessarily have to be an installer, but at least have some experience or partner with somebody that understands this alternative energy sector. What if the company exists for less than 3 years but demonstrates ability to deliver and has strong partnerships and capital resources?
I think in terms of the criteria set, I mean, it's 3 years minimum, and those are the qualifying criteria. Yeah.
How many SIPs that are black at township and rural based?
Well, they don't necessarily have to be rural based, but they have to be working in those areas, and the pipeline of the end beneficiaries must be from those areas. Yeah, so that's how we will be looking at it.
Oh, okay, here's a good question. Should the installer include insurance fees for the equipment installed for a period of 24 months, etc., or, for example, or should the client cater for that fee?
That's a very good question. It's not something that we really thought about, but if that makes sense, I don't see that we won't include it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, if the end beneficiary has the means to cover it, great. If not, then, you know, happy to look at that. It just has to be considered that the majority of the funding cannot go for costs other than, you know, the actual capex of the program.
To what extent are the municipals going to be involved in the grant? Not directly at all. How can we get in touch? We will share the website details again, but you can just go to idc.co.za and you'll see that there's on the landing page, there's a reference to energy solutions. And underneath that is the Township Energy Fund. You can just click on that. We will do the evaluation of the needs of the end beneficiary. So the SIP will do that. Is this 50,000 rand? I'm not sure what 50,000 rand paid by IDC or the SIP. But remember this, there is a provision for management fees for the SIPs, and that's what that money is to be used for the evaluation of potential solutions and the SIP's own costs in the process.
That's 15% of the.
Yeah, maximum fee, management fee of 15% of the grant amount. Can state-owned industrial parks apply? These industrial parks house SMMEs. The SMMEs pay monthly lease rentals to the parks management.
No,
Non-state actors.
Yeah, so we're not in the position to fund any state actors. I am a solar installer myself. Can I also apply to be a SIP?
Can you apply to be a SIP?
Yeah. Suppose if they have the pipeline and
Capacity.
they qualify in terms of the rest and the
There's a
capacity.
track record, yeah. So the track record, part of the track record would include being able to assess applications and distribute money. So it's a bit more than just the technical aspects of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might be good to partner with somebody that has experience in that.
Yeah.
Is the fund available for diesel supplies? No.
diesel's not green energy, or is it?
Well, it can be alternative
It's
energy.
alternative energy, but
Alternative generators, but it's more about the
capex.
solution than the operating cost.
I think now that is mentioned, you know, when the SIPs do submit the applications, it's critical that you include this type of thing. So if you're going to put a generator in for a SMME, it's critical that you understand whether that SMME is going to be able to afford the diesel to run the generator. There's no point in putting a generator in for somebody who's not going to be able to afford the running costs.
Okay, I'm going to start skipping questions that we've answered before. Minimum number needed for beneficiaries.
Also, you know.
Well, there's no minimum amount, and the minimum number of beneficiaries is sufficient to show us a pipeline that will take up 50% of the grant amount. Website is idc.co.za, and you can just click on the landing page there. Can NGOs be considered for this funding? Yes. Are we talking about a SIP or an end beneficiary? As a SIP, but not as an end beneficiary. It has to be a business. I see you refer to a home for people with disabilities. Unfortunately not. We're looking here at assisting township and rural and small town businesses. But some of those homes actually operate as businesses. So if you do, then we could look at it. Yeah, just with a motivation, but again, through a SIP, not with us. Mini grid type solutions require approval that may take a long time. Does the duration of the program make provision for this?
Where we're talking about mini grid, we're looking at aggregation solutions. So in other words, if there is a group of businesses in the same proximity, the utilization of one particular solution for a number of them would be is what we're talking about, and particularly in mini grid. But we will want to disperse the money as early as possible to the SIPs, and preferably that last disbursement should be at the end of March.
Okay, what about this SMMEs in the agricultural sector? We very happily support the agricultural SMMEs, but again, through a SIP, a strategic implementation partner. Any business, waste to energy as a solution. I suppose if you sort of act as an aggregator and supply energy to a number of businesses, then we would look at that. But again, through a SIP. Or if you're an aggregator yourself, we could look at that.
There's that question there about the small business cannot afford to have boards. And this will exclude a lot of small businesses. Maybe you'd like to address that.
Yes.
So that requirement is not at the SME level, but at the SIP level. That's where we require all the applicable governance structures to be in place, but not at the end beneficiary level.
Question about schools, we said no, they have to be businesses. Well, I suppose it's a private school, it can be a business.
That we can't, no.
So a lot of schools sometimes operate in communities, and the community businesses, either you'll see there's a lot of school that have got gardens where the businesses actually, purchase the garden produce. If the school is going to become a conglomerate and businesses can actually utilize and come and, use the premises, then absolutely it can be considered. But if it's just for the school, no.
Okay, and then a question about the next webinar. That's on Monday at the same time. I think we've clarified the next one. SIPs have to have 3 years operating history. But if you're an end beneficiary, you can apply through the SIP as long as the existing business affected. SMMEs per SIP, we've already spoken about that. Are there any exclusions to beneficiaries based on involvement in government support programs?
Yeah, I don't quite get the question.
Are there exclusions to beneficiaries if they are involved in government support programs? As long as they don't use the same money for the same purpose. It's very specific to the energy, but I mean, if you're involved in another government support program, it won't necessarily disqualify you, but we'll be very careful of double dipping. Will the SIPs be responsible for paying the SMMEs for installations? Yes.
So the money will be distributed through the SIP.
Yeah, the SIPs, but it's not going to the SMME. It's going to go to the suppliers and the installers. So the money won't be going to the SMMEs. The SIPs will be appointing, either they will themselves assess or they will appoint a technical person to assess. And that installer will install and the SIP will pay the installer directly.
And then there's a question about specific business. Any business affected by the energy crisis can qualify, but they have to work through SIPs. Will IDC make available a reference office or personnel to assist SIPs with the application process, especially those from a province like the Northern Cape?
It's difficult because this is an open call for funding. We cannot be seen to be giving preference to any one particular person. What you are able to do is you can email any inquiries to our email address, and the team that is manning that will address your inquiry, and we will add your inquiry then to the frequently asked questions. But certainly we will not be in a position to give you individual assistance with your application.
Next one we've answered. If you're in 2 or 3 districts in the same province, by all means. Clients affected by theft and non-service delivery by municipalities. No, this is specifically aimed at energy and the energy shortage. Does the management experience not count? I assume that's where the SIP has less than 3 years experience, but the management have more than 3 years. No. But it depends. I mean, it could be where a new entity is created by people that have a lot of experience, but we would prefer, we would send in your application, but the requirements is a SIP that's been operating for 3 years, so probably not. What is a SIP? I think we've covered that. Can a SIP be a beneficiary?
I don't think so.
No. SIPs are purely for the distribution of the grants. It's not meant only for Gauteng, it's meant for the whole country.
Lily, just be mindful that not everybody's looking at the chat, so you might want to just read the question.
No, it's just a repeat of a previous
Sure.
question that they didn't hear the answer. Is the program for Gauteng people only? No, definitely not. We want to see regional equity. As a new business, can we be the training providers, as we have qualified technicians who are facilitators for other national programs?
You know, I mean, if they partner with a SIP that has the track record, participate in that way.
Somebody saying, I think SIP applicants that are blacklisted should be looked at. We really can't. You are not responding to all the questions. Why? I humbly apologize if I skipped any. If I skip, the ones that I do skip are ones that have been answered before. And we're going to run out of time if we...
But what we will do is we will scan through the chat anyway, and we will prepare frequently asked questions. I think we've already uploaded some, hey? So what we're going to do is after this presentation webinar, we will update the frequently asked questions and upload that. And any questions that were not answered in this webinar, we will add to the frequently asked questions.
Maybe just because the question is still coming through quite fast. What is a SIP? And yeah, maybe
A SIP is a strategic implementing partner that would enter into an agreement with the IDC if they obviously qualify and their application is approved. They then receive the funding and do the assessment of applications from end beneficiaries. And as was mentioned earlier on, any end beneficiary that is approved by the SIP. The SIP would then pay the supplier to then do the necessary in terms of installation of the solution that has been approved.
When you foresee the project commencing, is there an idea of when potential appointments would be made? We would start evaluating applications from the closing date, and as soon as we can make those appointments, but realistically, we expect them to be made towards the end of the year, early next year. SIP is not social infrastructure program. I think Dumisani just explained that. There's somebody asking for the requirements to get funding. It's on our website, on the IDC website. As I said, just go to the idc.co.za. You'll see there's a section on energy solutions and the specific section on the Township Energy Fund. Okay. It's just a statement, it's not a question. Is the funding targeting a specific region? Again, no. We would like to have the funding distributed throughout the country and specifically to the poorer provinces. Can institutions like universities apply for the grant to support their service providers?
That's it.
No, it's a university is not it's government owned or government driven anyway, even though it has got an independent board. But I would imagine we would have the similar situation as with municipalities there. Accepted.
You will not accept businesses that do not have earnings records. I think SIPs, a lot of them will be NPOs. So that's not necessarily a criteria, but track record in terms of distribution of funds, links with township businesses, that's more critical. End users, that's not an issue. If it's an existing business that has been affected by the energy crisis. Is the beneficiary that is ultimately served at the full discretion of the SIP? E.g., beside the 50% existing pipeline, do SIPs put out a call for funding support? Beneficiaries apply to the SIP and the SIP determines which ones are best suited for the funding.
They will identify, use methods to identify potential businesses to benefit.
But just remember that, I mean, yes, it's at the discretion of the SIP, but IDC has the right to audit, to visit, to go and see the beneficiaries. So there will be checks done.
And audit the process.
And the process will be audited as well. What are the requirements to be a SIP? Is there a required period of existence? Does the SIP have to be in the energy sector?
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily, as long as they are partnering with people that have the experience in the energy sector. We can look at an application from a consortium, as long as there's a lead applicant and the partnership, then is able to demonstrate capacity and experience to implement.
And the SIP, the lead applicant SIP has to have been in existence for at least 3 years. Capitec primarily focuses on township and rural areas, and they can be a SIP. I'm not sure that Capitec has the capabilities to do the installations and the assessments, but if they partner with somebody.
Capitec.
Sure.
Capitec's a bank.
Yeah.
Why would they want to apply for 10 million rand?
No, I don't see that happening.
No, makes no sense.
Is there a minimum turnover required on the financials? No. Okay, I think if I can interpret the next question correctly, it refers to the assessment of the electricity load of the beneficiary. And the question is, does it have to have been calculated already? No. That's what we rely on the SIPs for and the installers for. What happens after
Yes,
installation was done to the end beneficiary in terms of maintenance going forward? Who will pay for those costs?
So in terms of, that's what we were saying earlier, is in terms of the installation, this is why you need to partner with somebody who has got the ability to assess firstly the needs and secondly the ability of the SMME to continue sustainably after the installation. The program makes facilitates, I think it's a period of 6 months, where we, will fund a period of training for the SMME in the use of the installation after installation, but we will not pay for the maintenance and subsequent, running costs of that installation.
How is attendance of this tender briefing recorded? I think we just need to clarify, it's not an official tender briefing.
No. This is an open call for proposals. And the reason we are doing it as an open call, it is a challenge fund. This is a challenge fund, and we are doing this open call on the basis and the principles of challenge fund principles, meaning that is why we have open public forums. We are not engaging with any individual company, organization, etc., which is why we've made available to you the terms of reference and the application forms. And there is a frequently asked questions, and any questions that are emailed to us that needs to be answered and hasn't been covered yet will be added to the frequently asked questions, so that the entire public has got access to that. We will not assist anybody with their applications, just to be clear, so that it is all just and transparent.
Is there a minimum number of end users that SIP must provide services to? They must have a pipeline that covers at least 50% of the grant amount that they requested. What qualifications is required as a startup business in this program of funding? Covered that we are not considering startups either as SIPs or as end beneficiaries. It has to be existing businesses. Whereabout on the website will the recording be posted?
I'm not sure that we're going to post the recording, do we? We can.
But we'll post it on the website.
Okay.
Okay.
So it will be under that Township Energy Fund link that I've explained previously. Can you give us all the existing SIPs in each province?
No, we can't. This is an open funding call, open to the public. We cannot share any of our SIPs that we already have because it would give unfair advantage to established clients. I'm supposed to look there. So I didn't even realize there was a camera there. I was wondering where this comes from. So we cannot share our SIPs, firstly because of our POPI Act. But more importantly, so as not to give unfair advantage to anyone that we have already got existing relationships with over and above people out there that have never worked with IDC.
But once we've appointed SIPs, we will publish the list.
So once we've gone through the whole application process or the eligibility criteria, completed our due diligence, and that we have had it's gone approvals through our investment committee. We then get permission from the SIPs in terms of POPI again And once they've given us permission, we will upload their information and contact details on the website, and that will then, and we will probably tweet some of those, hey, so that what we can do is we can assist the SIPs in reaching end SMME. So we will do that from an IDC perspective, but we can only do that once the SIPs have been selected, approved, and transactions signed.
What do you do in a case where more than one application was made for a beneficiary by different SIPs?
So, so it is a competitive process. We will appoint, obviously, the best SIPs in terms of quality of the application will be appointed.
So in terms of this, you know, we have this on that other program where an SME or a beneficiary gets assistance from one SIP and also gets it from a second SIP. On some of the other programs, DG, you know what we do. This one is going to be a bit more complicated, but from the IDC perspective, we are working on the basis of providing grants in good faith. What we will do is, so how we pay this, and DG, you maybe want to take it, we pay the grant a month in advance. They install. The SIP or the SIP sends us a list of beneficiaries, and we then also, as second checks, we check, you know, to the best of our ability, whether there's double dipping. So that check will happen in the background, but it may not happen upfront because obviously we won't have a list of those SIPs, the beneficiaries, but certainly those checks are done. And
SIPs themselves will be required to, in their contracting with the business, have some sort of disclaimer that they have not got support from another SIP. Otherwise will be considered fraudulent.
Yeah.
What percentage of the grant stays with the SIP? What is the limit? To ensure that the SIP does not keep the majority of the grant.
That's, I mean, the fee that is due to the SIP is 15% of
Maximum,
the grant,
yeah.
maximum of the grant awarded to the SIP.
I must say that in previous rounds of utilizing SIPs, some of the SIPs do not take the full amount of the project management cost, but see it as part of their duty and part of their normal functioning. So they have, and as we mentioned, that would be one of those additionalities in the assessment.
I think we also want to just stress what the management fee is, why the management fee is paid. So that management fee is not just 15% just because it's 50%. The SIP will need to justify that fee. And the reason we look at that fee, it would be things like having the network on the ground, having the staff on the ground, having the capacity to actually go and assess or pay for the assessments of the SMMEs, hand-holding the SMMEs. So this is not going to be 15% money for jam stuck in your office and we'll just dish the money out at the ground. This is going to be, you have to evidence that you will be on the ground next to your end beneficiary, helping them through determining their needs, installation, training them on the use of the installation, and then monitoring them for a period of time thereafter. What is the time of monitoring?
Yeah.
A year. Yeah, so it's not just a 15% flat fee, it has to be justified.
Kindly clarify if the credit check will be carried out on the company or on the directors of the SIP. Both. The 250,000 rand being for CapEx strictly will need to be considered because professional engineers will be needed to do assessments of premises prior to and post installation by contractors. Those sort of fees will be included in the 250,000. I think we've made it clear that the 250,000 is not just for CapEx, it's CapEx, it's training, it's these sort of fees. So it's not just strictly for the CapEx.
I think what I want to stress is that this 250,000 should show you that we are targeting SMMEs. We are not targeting small business. So the average cost, we've got a program that we are currently running for the tourism industry. And our finding there is that 250 for small, medium, micro enterprises, 250,000 is a really good solution. On average, you'll find that the average spaza shop or small family business, they just need maybe a gas bottle, one solar panel, and those costs are certainly not more than 250,000 rand. And the expertise that is required to install that, certainly you do not need an engineering specialist that charges 500,000 per hour. It's a very basic, it's a standard type of solution that is to be looked at.
Okay, we're really running out of time here, so I'm just going to sort of scroll to the questions that we haven't covered yet. Just move around so that the lights go back on. Will the installers be responsible for after sales service of the equipment? Yes. Are there any specific milestones or benchmarks you expect companies to achieve during the funding? We just need to get the lights back on here, sorry. Are there any specific milestones or benchmark we expect companies to achieve during the funding period?
Which companies are you talking about, the SIPs or the?
Now, the end beneficiaries not necessarily. SIPs, we will be monitoring them. They're not specific milestones, but we expect them to continue to do what they're doing, and we will monitor the capabilities and capacities.
But I think maybe just to add, in terms of the competitive features, as was presented earlier on, part of the impact that we'll be looking at is the number of grants towards women and youth-owned entities.
There's some good advertising happening in the chat here. Well done.
Somebody says our website shows the closing date is the 4th of November. I think that has been updated, but it was originally the 4th, but we extended it to the 11th.
You know what it is? It's the terms of reference reads the 4th of November, but on the actual page, landing page, it talks. So you might have to just correct that terms of reference. I saw that this morning. So we will just correct it, but yes, it's the 11th of November.
Is the IDC willing to collaborate with other organizations to co-fund in small SMEs? That's exactly why we're calling for SIPs, so that the SIPs deal with the SMEs and work with them to get the right solutions in place. Are all applications to be submitted online?
Yes. In the address provided earlier on, I'll just find it and read it again.
Yeah, it's not a submission online. It has to be emailed to the address provided, DJ. I think, let me just.
It's energy SIPs at idc.co.za.
We will post it in the chat. If we can ask Wendy to just post the email address in the chat, please, Wendy.
There's a question about it basically says, can the 250,000 maximum be exceeded? No, it can't. But really, we've run out of time, so I'm just looking to see if there are any.
beneficiary needs to be South African.
Yeah, so, yeah, and beneficiaries, they need to be South African. Obviously, the SIP will assess that part. All right, I think we will close at this point. Thank you very much to the colleagues for sending to the questions. And thank you very much to you for making the time to attend this session. And we look forward to receiving good quality applications. Thank you very much.
We will put the presentation online. We will review all the questions, well, all the questions, especially the ones that we didn't get to, and those will be part of the frequently asked questions on the website that we will post.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Sanibona. Imeeting asikhulumeni isizwane madoda kunjani sizwile ukuthi kukhulunywa ngani asiboneni ukuthi bekungeke mhlawumbe
advert.
I'm so feliz. Oh, kenapa? Kaya kan? Oh, before any. Oh, lapon ini bu ya. Gimana ba? Mana ba? Okay, no, no, it's okay.
All right. Okay. Oh, luckily. Like when you guys even know it's happy. Just this type of you'll never have peace. Ka re le hore o sa tla le o bona se sengwe.
A ka se loge. Ke nne ke dilo ka transport ka rata keng a ke a le tloela leoto mara ke re nkampa le ka taxi ke fihla ke be ke founela specific fortunately re da ka taxi from re ta mo toropong ba re
Is there anyone from Dave Chon around here? Hello?
As we said. Sanibona bafethu, bengicela ukuthi i-meeting isiphelile.
Yeah, just she what you kind of caught her off guard because it just popped up there. That's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Is it on?
Good day, guys. I just looking now. I just wanted to find out that the meeting has been held or not yet. Thank you.
started with here. So it took a while